One lady told me I'm going to get CE credits every year to keep my job, and I get like $16.50. She said, well, paramedics, they don't make much.
Yeah.
And EMTs make even less. And you kind of want those people around.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. We'll get started with the pledge. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
here.
God, we thank you for the opportunity again to come together and do the business of the county. Pray that you give the commissioners wisdom and insight as they make decisions for the county that impact us all. Pray you watch over our employees as they work out in the heat today. We ask you to bless this county with good things. Pray in Jesus' name.
Read the minutes. I make a motion to approve them as written.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Bills.
Make a motion, we pay the bills in the amount of $839,302.20. That's my motion.
Second. Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Sheriff's report.
Sheriff's report is 23 prisoners, in-house 20, 3 farmed out, 105 911 calls, 235 calls for service, 12 civil service papers, 17 VIN inspections, new cases opened 11, cases closed 7, vehicle crashes 5, bailiff activity 77, 5 livestock out.
We've got very full agenda today, a lot of people coming in. I had one other thing that's come up in the last week or two. We had a request from Beverly Roads, that runs the express fuel up there by the Lacine corner, wanting to sell beer on Sundays. And I had talked to Gary about it, and we had never passed anything in Linn County to allow that. Some of our cities have, but for anything outside the city limits, it would take action by the commission. So Gary's prepared a resolution for that, if that's what you'd like to do, or if you want to have some discussion about it, whatever direction you want to go on that.
My area, I know. So I'm not opposed to it at all.
I'm not. If you're wanting to do that, here's a resolution. There's some copy each one of you can look at if you want to, and then I'll just need one signed copy. But this would allow it, and from what Gary told me, if you ever wanted to change this in the future and not allow it, it would then take a charter ordinance. Is that correct?
Charter resolution, yeah.
Or charter resolution.
Because then you're taking away rights as opposed to giving them.
So I'll make a motion and we pass resolution 2022-22, and it's to expand the days of sale of cereal malt liquor beverage in the Linn County. Is that the only one, is that the only county license right now we issue?
We have one at PDQ at Prescott.
Prescott? Okay.
Or, well, it's not PDQ anymore, but the station down there.
Yeah.
And you'll give a copy of this to Linn County?
I actually have to publish a copy of it.
Yeah.
I mean, I
Okay.
can give you a copy now if you want it, but once I get the signed one, I'll send it in to be published.
That's my motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
I've got some budgets that I can work in whenever we get time later on mine, and we've got several others coming in today.
Chris is dressed up. He's ready for a big bill.
Is that it?
That's all I've got for now, yeah.
AMR, you can come in. I don't guess River City's here, are they?
I haven't seen them.
Trying to work on a panel.
Jason Weber might swing in and talk about some ACs because Rick is out.
Big.
Galen Anderson, Operations Manager with AMR, and I'll get to last month's monthly report. But first, so far for this month, we're sitting at 24 transports. It's been on the slow side, but it's just I was up and down, never can quite tell why. The last 7 days, we've been at 12 transports trending. And then open positions, we still have a paramedic and an EMT open position. We were able to make a job offer to hire a paramedic coming on part-time who's considering full-time. So that's kind of where we're at with the recruiting. Otherwise, just have been successfully supported by our staff, picking up extra shifts and some part-time staff picking up some extra shifts to fill the schedule. So the data for the month of May, we're a few weeks delayed, but here it is at last. We had 5 calls and 2 transports out of Blue Mound, 4 calls and 1 transport out of Centerville, 26 calls and 19 transports out of Lacine, 13 calls with 6 transports out of Linn Valley, 22 calls and 15 transports out of Mountain City, 5 calls and 5 transports out of Parker, 23 calls and 14 transports out of Pleasanton, 4 calls and 1 transport out of Prescott, with a grand total of 102 requests for ambulance service for the month of May, with 63 transports. And then broken down by district, District 1, we had an average response time of 8 minutes and 7 seconds. District 2, we had an average response time of 8 minutes, 19 seconds. And those are, if you've been kind of tracking with these reports, those are really low response times for historical trends. So sometimes it just works out that way depending on where the addresses are and how the calls are spaced out. But we were fortunate to have quick response times. District 3 had an average response time of 17 minutes, 7 seconds. And just a touch on that comes from a combination of the response time for the supervisor vehicle who's there in District 3 at Centerville, and also it factors in the response time for the transporting ambulance that typically comes from Lacine or Pleasanton. And so that's why that average response time always looks higher, is because it's factoring in 2 different units response times. Total ambulance unit hours for the month, we're slated to have 1,488, and we had 1,487, so we were staffed up 99.9% of the time. Or I should say we were in service 99.9% of the time. It was a busy month for patients being flown out, with 8 total transports out by helicopter. 2, upon reviewing them, 2 were for significant respiratory distress, like patients that were essentially unable to keep breathing on their own and had to be intubated and resuscitated during our care. And then 1 significant motor vehicle accident, 1 heart attack, and 4 strokes. It was a pretty heavy month for stroke patients. So those we fly out for the benefit of the time critical interventions to hospitals.
So every time, just a reminder, every time a helicopter is called in, is the fire department notified to come out to the landing zone to assist?
No, so they're aware of it through the dispatching, but they're not required to be on site at the pre-designated landing zones.
Gotcha.
If it's, and that was just from communication with the helicopter operators, and because they're pre-designated landing zones, that at some point pilots have been present and had their eyes on the place and assessed any hazards like overhead power lines or things like that. And the pilots are all comfortable and feel it's safe to land without first responders on site at those 12 pre-designated landing zones.
Okay.
If it's like where we're landing in the highway and traffic has to get closed down and
Right.
it's somewhere where there might be a threat to the helicopter, then they request for the first responders to be
Gotcha.
present. Yeah. Anything else for me? I think that's all I have.
I don't have anything, you guys.
All right.
Thank you.
Have a good week.
Darren? Randy, sorry about that. I'll get the name right in a minute.
Morning, Commissioners. Our weekly totals for the fire department was 3 motor vehicle accidents, diesel fuel spill, passenger vehicle fire, a brush pile on fire, and we had 1 medical assist. Total page outs was 7 for the week, brought our yearly total up to 256. And you ask about the helicopter landing. Well, there has been some discussion. I'm going to talk to Galen and dispatch and see if we can't kind of standardize that and get everybody on the same page. So, but other than that, I have nothing unless you guys have something.
I don't have anything, you guys.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Thanks.
Randy, is your transition going good? Everything going all right?
Yeah, things are going good, and I'm on my own for the next 2 weeks, and Doug's last day is the 30th officially, but like he took a little time off towards the end of the month. So everything's going good.
All right, good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see, who else? Got Chris. Chris, you need something? We can do it now if you want to. It's fine.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Martin, Linn County IT Director. What I handed you there was proposed budget for 2023, and as well as some notes on the back that I'd like to go over real briefly. So I know you guys have asked for in the past, like, what do we do, kind of updates for future. So Linn County IT Department, we support over 25 elective offices, departments, and organizations, including the Sheriff's Office, jail, dispatch, and law enforcement, clerk, treasurer, register of deeds, county attorney, all the electeds, public works, all of the sub departments under them, fire and emergency management. We also do district court, the court clerks, the judges, and the court services. We handle the technology for the 6 judicial community corrections, the Linn County Fair Board, and quite a bit more. We operate the single largest network infrastructure in Linn County. We currently maintain 3 radio towers, 22 high-speed wireless network links, 8 building-to-building fiber links, 76 network switches, 16 routers, 36 servers, 98 wireless access points with over 200 daily wireless users, 50 plus daily VPN connections. That includes our patrol vehicles. More than 22 different software systems for all the county operations, and 122 security cameras. Currently, our infrastructure is in very good shape. Some of that is because of the Justice Center build. We expect to need to replace some of our aging servers in the next 3 to 4 years, but not beginning until 24. So I'm not really looking for any replacements next year. Those would include our SQL database server, our storage system servers, the Esri mapping server, the phone servers, and the payroll server. Again, that's over 3 to 4 years outlook. So we're looking at 5 years on the long term of those. And some of those would be departments, the mapping server, that'd be something that I would work with Pam to make sure she's budgeted as we look forward for that. And then for 23, our only capital expense that we expect is a new laptop for Nick in IT support. His is currently 6 years old. So in the proposed budget, we did go up by $3,000, but where that comes from is a $500 increase in fuel and vehicle maintenance. We took over that second vehicle from the sheriff's office. Now we try to do absolutely as much as we can remotely. So we do a lot of remote support in order to limit our miles, especially right now with the fuel price and everything the way it is. And we've done really well with that. I added in there the $1,500 for that laptop replacement. So that was an add-on that normally we wouldn't see that except about every 5 years or so. And then the vehicle insurance. So I got in touch with David, and in the past years, I hadn't actually budgeted for insurance for the IT truck, and now that other vehicle, we expect that to be a little bit less. That could probably be reduced, but what we did was took the insurance value that the sheriff was paying, but the insurance company, because it's used as a patrol vehicle, we expect that to be higher than IT. We're not going to drive at 120 miles an hour. So
Sure.
we think that would be reduced anyway. Everything else, for the most part, has remained the same. Our server maintenance, we've been pretty spot on with that. And then our tower data antenna line under capital outlay. Anytime we have to have tower climbers come down, we're looking at $1,500 just for them to show up. So that's what that line item is specifically for, is if we take we have an issue or we got to have a realign or something like that. That's where those numbers are. Everything else, I tried to be as explicit as I could on where the dollar values come from.
Yeah. I don't have any questions on it.
I don't have any.
One thing I've got, Chris, could you get me a copy that where you fill in what you're gonna spend this year on there too?
I will absolutely try, but with justice, because of new air conditioners, new maintenance, new everything, I'm just not sure. Like in the past years, I've been pretty confident where we were going to land, but this year, I'll do the best I
As
can.
good an estimate as you can, because I've got to put that in the budget form.
Okay, I will do that. Yes.
Shall I make a motion that we tentatively approve the budget for 2023 for the IT section at $158,450? That's my motion.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Anything else?
I don't have anything. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Road guys got to have something, or is it? Okay.
Where the new pits were made?
Where they did all that reclaiming. There was a tube that went out of that road, but the guy on the west side didn't want that tube put back in there, so they didn't put the tube in there. So now the water can't drain, so now it's just building up and it's still draining across there onto this guy, but it's about 3 foot higher.
Is that a state of the or a state deal or
That was a reclaiming government deal on them strip pits down there.
Help us, Gary.
They should have
Eagle, something we need to
put
do.
that tube back in there.
Is the Mine Land Reclamation Board that oversaw that?
Yep. They didn't put that tube back in there. They just filled it up. They didn't put no ditches on the west side. It's just flat across there. So this side builds up. It ain't got nowhere to drain except across the road.
Have we been in touch with Mine Land Reclamation? Aren't they based in Pittsburgh?
I don't know where these guys was come out of, but Jackie was here. He knew about the tube. And the guy on the west side, which that drained through, he didn't want to drain through there. Well, if there's a tube already there, they should have put
Right.
the tube back in there. So now we got this problem.
Well, we'll have to get, since it's a project of the Mine Land Reclamation Board, we'll have to get them involved probably.
Yep.
So either, Sean can reach out to them, or you can get me the details on where you're talking about and I can reach out to them.
Andy knew, I think, the contractors. Maybe he could give us a name or something to get a hold of or something and reclaim, and because He was in there, I think, when that went on.
Well, if I can get the information on where you're talking about and the property owners and so on, I'll get a hold of the board and Mineland Reclamation Board and start working toward a solution.
And it's
Well,
State Line Road, right? Yeah.
Yeah, what I did is I just went down there, I gathered up some dirt and I just dammed it up. We put a dam high,
Okay,
so it's
cool.
gonna go down there and go across right where we turn around on the other side. And that's Missouri's side, so all I did is create a dam. But we had to get,
Well, we have a
ditches
problem
across the
behind-
road, it was 8 out that deep. There was,
What, did they close the road for a while and to do away with the tube or what?
no, they just reclaimed all the mining stuff on the west side.
You know out there where kind of you go towards Hume and it curves, or you can go straight on State Line. It's that road right there, about what, 2 miles down?
Mile and a half of it they reclaimed. But where there was a natural tube drainage in there, they didn't put it back in there because that guy raised heck. Now it's built up. It's got to go across the road sooner or later.
And we shut down White Road, so it gets used a lot, and I've got a lot of phone calls on it.
And they did some reclaiming on White too. So, but they never really helped that I can see. Only thing I can do is just keep a guy down there on it, keep it patched up until somebody comes up with a deal to put a tube back across there.
We'll give me the information or have somebody give me the information and we'll, make sure that the, board doesn't have any problem with us putting the tube back in there. And then
The only one that had any problems, the guy on the west side.
well, he'll have to live with it.
It's kind of natural draining deal, you know?
Yeah, we can't
There.
we can't go in there and reroute the drainage.
No, but they've already built all that back up, so you're gonna have to go in there and create a ditch for this tube to drain through. It's a mess. And I'm gonna be gone for a while after next month, next week. Get my hip done. Could be 2 weeks, could be 10 weeks. Oh, no. They ain't making me no insurance about nothing. Might have to just cut it off again.
They'll tell you there's phantom.
Hey, the air conditioning in the van for Elder,
Yeah.
who's working on it? Your guy, your mechanic, or your mechanic?
You
Which
don't have a
one?
mechanic. Which one are you talking about?
I don't know, the one that's in there now that the air conditioning didn't work, and
Yeah, Matt Overlapping is working on it.
is there a big issue with it?
Can't get some of the lines off, the compressors messed up again, I guess. It's
Is this
back-
is this the older one?
Yeah, it's a back condenser.
hmm
Front one still works, but hot as it's getting now, it ain't gonna cool it.
Are we utilizing the new bus instead?
We are now, yeah.
So the new one, the floor's getting hot in it.
Right.
Oh, it's hot weather, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna get hot in it. There
Yeah.
ain't nothing we can,
I know.
he just got a text on it today. And there really ain't nothing you can do about it just cause the floor gets hot.
Right. All right. I just heard
Aren't we getting a new
it was
vehicle?
going to be like $12,000 if you had to send it off. That's what Joyce was telling me.
For the old bus?
Yeah, to pull the line, change the lines, you can't get them off or replace them or something.
We've changed most of it.
Make,
I don't know how it'd be $12,000. Man, ain't worth it.
you might want to ask her on the way out then and get that squared away. Okay. That's the only questions I had. Mike, you got everything? Asphalt's going well?
It's going.
It's going. They at the top of the hill there, 1095,
Yeah.
1850 road.
Like
Yeah,
Tanglewood, I think. Whatever.
yeah. Okay.
Okay. Thanks,
We
Harry.
have a new blade guy down it, running down Prescott, so I saw him, some of the stirred up people down a little bit.
Have you been getting phone calls?
No, but I heard you had.
You got your phone directed to him. That's good. That's great.
I just sent out a mass text to everybody.
Yeah, he's
Message.
working on them. So we ain't doing much about ditches. We're just trying to get the roads potholes.
Did we ever get the dust control on?
Yep.
Yep, I've seen it in some spots. Now send the blade operator over it and we'll be fine, right?
That's all I got.
Thanks, Harry.
Thanks, Harry. Jessica?
Good morning, Jessica Hightower, Economic Development. We have an issue with a culvert. The culvert is on 600 Road between Scott and US 69.
Stop.
It's
Hey, Mike, stay for this one. Culvert.
culvert.
Thought
uh-huh.
Scott would be on.
Scott,
Harry's.
right, it's Harry's area. It is for Harmony Towers LLC. They have not paid the bill.
No.
It was sent in, the first time in January. Joyce has tried to she's made multiple attempts. Now they're just not getting back to her at all. Payment was due February 23rd.
Is that for the new tower that they're just putting up or?
I think so. 600 between Scott and 69. So I don't know, Sean's ready to pull the culvert out if you guys want that.
Why
Or
don't you, send me the information, let me write them a nasty letter first,
okay,
tell them that's what we're gonna do.
okay.
If they don't get it paid. You say you got a phone number on it? If you can find it, send it to me. Okay. And if you can give me whatever, copy of whatever you've sent out,
Okay,
or she sent out.
okay,
And, just any information about it.
okay. Thank you. I think it will be, yeah. We'll be able to pull that. So on the Hells Bend Bridge project, BG is still not having any luck getting permits from the railroad. They're saying that they'll get it done, last week they said they would have it done by the end of the week. They still haven't heard from them, so they're still working on getting that chased down. We had
Just so you know, that's not unusual.
right, right,
I can imagine.
When I was in Pleasanton, we tried to get a permit to make a change on the signals, and it took us months to even get them to
They're on
respond.
their own time schedule.
Yep.
yep. We had a meeting with Hoydale at Pleasanton last week about the new fuel tanks that we've ordered. The delivery date as of right now is July 18th. We have some coordinating to do. There's still some fuel in one of the tanks. We're trying to get MFA to see if they can take it up to Mike's shop. Mike thinks he can hold it. We just need help transporting it. And then we're going to get Wes scheduled to get in there and take the old tanks out about 2 weeks before the delivery of the new ones. Todd and Harry were both out there with us when we met. They've got a good plan for how to get it all set up with the new tanks out there and the barricades that they need. And it was a good meeting.
Okay.
There was, Todd they bid it with 2-inch piping on the tanks. Todd wanted to bump it up to 3-inch for his truck. So there will be a change order to come through hopefully next week. I don't know. They're kind of slow about that, but we'll see how much that'll cost to bump that up to a 3-inch. Dust control went on last week, most of it. There was an issue. The company has a new person running their office, and she figured our gallons based on an 18-foot road, and we figure it based on a 24-foot road. So we were short about 3,000 gallons or 20 2,210 feet. She is working on the company is working on getting those gallons out to us as soon as they can. Joyce discovered the error last week and they're working to get it fixed. I've got two budgets for you today. I've got the airport budget, and then Sean has the transportation budget. So for the airport budget, I increased two line items. The fuel, we had budgeted in the past for $7 per gallon. I bumped it up to $8 per gallon for the fuel just to make sure that we've got enough with all the increases. And then for capital outlay, I added the $5,000 for the phase one environmentals. No, I'm sorry, not that. The business plan and the operational procedures. That's that grant that we submitted that hopefully we'll hear back in July. 10% of the grant total would be $5,000. So I budgeted that in capital outlay.
And then you still have your economic development to do.
Yes.
Something soon too.
On the elderly budget? Is that what, they had been coming down every year to talk and ask for that. Is that what they want again?
This is the transportation part of it.
This is for
Oh, I'm
transportation
sorry.
and not area on
Okay.
aging.
Okay. That's enough?
I mean, I think so.
Okay.
Sean did the budget on this one, so I'm not sure how he came up with his numbers.
So the elderly budget's got
I
transportation
got it.
and
Yeah, I have.
sites and everything in it.
So that covers sites too, you said? This one does?
Yeah, well, I mean, whatever, if we have to do any work on this.
So, yeah,
It covers like the Mid-America or East Central Kansas Area Agency on Aging and
isn't there like three things in it? The buses, the transportation, the Meals on Wheels program and all that?
yeah,
I thought there was something else.
yeah, that's all included in the elderly budget.
Usually they come down and talk though. Before we'd been giving them 23,000 a year. This is Ottawa, something like that. The last couple of years.
I've not heard anything from them about a change.
Okay. Which is quite different than when I first came here, it was 54. So. If Sean's happy with it, then I just don't want some big increase. I don't anticipate.
Wasn't their budget amount low because we provided a vehicle for them?
No, their budget was low because when the county commissioner started this years and years ago, we used the Pleasanton as a kitchen and they cooked the food there. We wanted our own stuff, so we were paying like $54,000 a year. And the only reason we figured that out is because there was a rogue CEO that came over and she showed us everything that all the other 5 counties were paying, and we were paying more than Miami and Anderson and all of them put together, basically. And so we adjusted that, and they've done well, and they've had a lot of money come in since then with the COVID funds and everything. So I think they're fine, but usually they at least come in.
You guys good with these? I'll make a motion. We tentatively approve the airport budget for 65,700 and the elderly fund for $245,161.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Noxious weed update, they have been able to get to the county-run locations around. They sprayed 7 fire stations, 6 lift stations, the radio tower on 7 Highway and the senior center in Blue Mound last week, and now they are back to spraying behind mowers. They've been working in Harry's district. They're going to coordinate with Mike to start working up north now.
Good.
Maintenance has been working on last week. There were several AC units that went down. And then they also cleaned the units for the new building last week, so they've been working on AC lately. Okay, for economic development. QuickCom has sent over a contract for us to sign for their portion of the grant, the ARPA grant. I have this here. I think I sent it to you, didn't I? Okay.
Did you attach a readable map to it so they could, and it's the one that I got,
No,
you can't see the,
right, no. But they have seen it. It's in the proposal. I don't know if they,
yeah, that's why I copied this out of the
Okay.
proposal and it's readable, so I thought we might.
okay.
Have you read it? Brief, give me a summary on it real quick.
So basically, they're saying that so we're going to pay them the funds, the 580 up front. They're going to put in the lines, and if they don't do it by their deadline, that they have to pay us back.
We're giving them all money up front? Man, I'm in the wrong business.
We have it, so I mean. Taylor at Regional Planning has seen this and she okayed it as well, so.
Are we holding any retainage or anything on it? Should we, Gary?
This is not the same thing as a construction contract, so probably not. But it does, if they are not satisfactorily completed with the job within 24 months, they are obligated to repay the entire amount.
And when's the start date on it?
Would be whenever you sign the contract, so today.
We're obligated to pay them within 14 days of the contract.
I have the invoice to do that with next week's bills.
And they're gonna start when?
Start immediately.
They're going to start ordering their stuff as soon as they get the funds.
Who wrote this grant? Who wrote this?
QuickCom did.
They wrote the agreement and sent it to us and we reviewed it.
Is there something in there you don't like?
Would be anything. I'm just trying to figure out why they want the whole thing.
Well, if you, I mean, it's because they're ordering order and.
So if they don't
Sure.
do anything for 24 months, we just giving them a free loan for 24 months for $580,000.
At that point, they've got then a period of time to pay it back, and if they don't, then they have to start paying interest on it.
3% interest.
But yeah, if you want to propose a different arrangement, we can.
I'd personally like to hold some kind of retainage maybe.
Jim, what do you think?
We'll propose hold a third of it back,
Yeah, I would hold something back.
until, what point? Till the end of the project or until they've reached, I guess it's hard to tell what percentage of the project is done at any given time, but,
They got the right their own. It's a little weird. Holding something back till it's finished, isn't it? Yeah, yeah.
okay, hold, what do you think, 30%, 20%? What do you want to hold back?
Danny, you're in this predicament all the time.
I don't know. I mean, I don't. I mean, 20% would be, I think, sufficient. I mean, give them something to.
Since it is ARPA funds, can I check with our grant administrator
Yeah, we'll check,
before we
make
change
sure it's not
that?
a problem, but I
Okay.
don't think it will be.
Okay,
I don't think we could probably hold it back past a certain date because of the ARPA.
we have to have,
Have to have it obligated.
That expense.
we have to have it, we've got until the end of, I believe, 23 to allocate it and the end of 24 to spend it.
Okay. I mean, I thought there are some limits there anyway on when it's got to go out, so.
But they have 2 years to build it.
Yeah, so they're going to go beyond
Yeah.
that deadline, but
Yeah, find out that's why they.
I can check today.
check and see if
Yep.
that's acceptable.
Okay.
What else?
Yeah, let's go. Okay, the RFPs that we sent out, the RFP for the Phase 1 environmental study on the industrial parks, responses on that are due tomorrow. So, I'll have my economic development budget request next week. I've already got one response, got it on Friday. Do I open those, or do we have to do that here, or how does that work?
There's no reason they have to be open. These are not like sealed bids. They're just proposals.
Yes.
And so you could open them and bring a summary of them to the committee.
Okay, perfect.
Did the first person touch on everything you wanted? I mean,
I didn't open it because I wasn't sure what I could do, so I'm gonna go open that. We have an ARPA application we got from Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center. Job Springer will be here at 11:15 to answer any questions you have about it, and I have copies of that application for
Can
you.
we have it?
Yes?
Took his.
So this is the application form that was created by Taylor for Linn County to use. She has seen the application that was submitted, and it is allowable expenses. And then the only other thing I have is Dave Fisher is here. He's on the schedule for 11:30 to talk about an intersection. We would like Kevin to be here for that discussion. So if you're going to go with Dave early, would you give us a heads up so we can get Kevin here for that?
You want to go ahead and do Dave now?
I need to get Kevin here.
Kevin needs to be here when we do
We've
that.
told Kevin 11:30, so if you want to talk about that sooner, I need a heads up to have Kevin come in.
I'd say go ahead and have Kevin come in and they'll get to him as soon as they.
Okay, we can do that.
Well, you want to just wait till then? Just wait.
He's, if he's planning to come in 11:30, you say, so we can wait till then. Looks
Okay.
like we're gonna have a full day anyways.
Do you guys have anything for me?
Yeah, on this application that for our money for this mental health. Has the sheriff's department had any input in on this? Because a lot of times they send people to mental health.
No. Not as far as I know.
And I think he said in his budget that CHC was providing, no,
That's the medical.
that was a substance and stuff, right? Or was that
Yeah,
wasn't?
yeah, they're doing a substance abuse program
In there. I wonder if this will work out for any mental health. Because he has people he can't hold in jail because they have mental health issues. And they have to go somewhere. And they're asking for that amount of money out of the blue. I'd like for some input from him. So
So,
if we have a break, I'll call him.
yeah, I think that these funds what they're proposing is not something that would benefit them, but you can check and see.
Yeah.
Would not benefit this.
Would not benefit what that need is for beds. And when they've got somebody that they need to commit to mental health, they've got to provide a bed for them until they can get them into a facility.
But they have to be evaluated first.
Yeah.
And I thought that maybe at some time when the gentleman that used to come in here used to talk about that, that they did see some of their possible inmates.
True, I think they do.
Yeah. Anyway, I'll look into that before I
So
say.
do you want me to see if Kevin can be here at,
Yeah, well, if he's available.
11:15?
Well, tell him what the situation is and ask him if there's an interest or if there's a need or if we're off,
Okay.
if I'm offline.
I'll see if I can get a hold of him.
Okay.
That's the end of my list for now.
Okay.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thank you.
Pam?
Thank you.
Pam Cannon, GIS Mapping Department. I'm here for approval of my 2023 proposed budget. The total amount has not changed. I've just shifted a few dollars from one line item to another, and so I'm asking for approval for $152,300, same as last year.
Good job.
Can you kind of just briefly go over what you do for the county and kind of what your office does and what you provide?
Sure. We do all of the ag use and property boundaries for the appraiser's office. And we do all of the 911 road center lines, address points, providing all that data for 911 dispatch. We do work for about every department. I just got through adding the sheriff's department so that they could view the oblique imagery. We affect every department in one way or another. We kind of tie the departments together. Where before we started our department, every department was kind of its own island, its own silo, and we kind of link it all together. It's kind of hard to explain off the top of my head, but we do somewhat work for every department. Provide create the mobile apps for them to data collect and do the sewer sanitation. And I also use mobile apps sometimes to get the GPS coordinates for when I assign an address. That's based on where the driveway entrance is. So we coordinate with Public Works all the time in getting those applications for the driveway entrances.
Are you able to help the cities on anything?
Yes, we've got you guys approved for them to be able to get into our portal. So we've done that with the city of Parker. Cherry's retired, so I'm not sure how much Carrie's using it yet, but I stopped in the city of Lacey and they have been getting into it and looking around and stuff. And I'm in the process of getting Pleasanton up and going, but I've gotten distracted on other projects.
I don't have any problems with it. Same as last year's.
So say we move like we're talking and, get a good plan together and it happens within the next year, should we figure anything into their budget for that move? Or is that,
I think we'd probably take that out of courthouse or contingency. I think I've got a little bit in
Okay.
the ones I'm bringing in today to cover some of that. I mean, for the actual like remodeling and that kind of stuff. Now, if she's gonna need any different desks or setups, I didn't calculate anything on that for the move, but.
you guys good with it?
I'm good with it.
I'll make a tentative motion that we approve the general fund for mapping at no change at $152,300.
I'll second. Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Let's see. Jesus.
Yeah, sure.
Kathy, you ready?
Sure.
We are if you are, I guess.
All righty. Go ahead and get this. I did need to go into executive session. I don't know if he told you for non-elected personnel. Or just about. Oh, you okay? Or do you want,
Want to do that before your budget or?
yeah,
Okay. How many minutes you need?
huh?
How
Probably
much
about
time?
10.
10 minutes for
Maybe.
non-elected?
It may not even take that long.
Yeah, I'll make a motion, we go into executive session for 10 minutes of non-elected personnel with Kathy.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye.
How you been, Ed?
I make a motion, we extend executive session for 10 minutes with Kathy.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yeah.
Right after she does that, can we get Jason in here? This one, he's a timer, observation, seeing what's going on around the county.
Okay.
Because Rick's out for.
Yeah, she's here, so that's good.
Yeah. We do have some action.
I do. Yes. Not sure how to really go about this other than, there were, this past year, I'm Kathy Bridges, County Appraiser. We'll just do that. This past year, in the 2022 budget, we set out to where we put a training program into place. And I have staff that have fulfilled training. I've got, do I say each person's name?
Yes.
Okay, Rachel Jackson has taken 92 recent course hours. Her job description will be appraiser 1 still, with a current step from 8B to 8C, going from 14.9725 to 15.0924.
Okay.
My second appraiser 1 position is Jason Parker. He's taken 118.5 hours in courses, taking him from an 8N at 16,475 to 16,6067. Sorry, and that's 1080. Suzanne Purvis has taken 102 course hours. Her range will go from 9T to 9U, and that was from 18.6642 to 18.8135.
I think, did you miss one?
I do have 2 more here. I've got, I just wanted to make a statement that since I've been here, I have not put a deputy county appraiser in place yet. Statute states that I should have a deputy. So I would like to appoint Lisa Kelstadt as deputy county appraiser. And then Dustin Schuler as the appraiser supervisor. Dustin just kind of made a monumental feat. He's been working for 3 years on with over 200 hours of training and several case studies he's taken. He's received his RMA, which is Registered Mass Appraiser through the state of Kansas. This is takes him from 10B at 1746.41 to 11I at 1994.31. And Lisa, to align better with the deputy position, she will go from 11M 20.5888 to 12N 22.414. She has taken over 36 classes, I can't even, over the years, and is just near her RMA as well. So I would propose that those changes be made.
And that's what the understanding that Susan, Tina, and Lisa had been here the longest, that
Right.
they hadn't received any step increases since 2015.
Right.
Okay.
So that was my understanding from HR.
Okay.
So anyways, and those align better, I think, with surrounding counties and taking our county size into effect. So anyways, I've got all the certificates I'll give with HR, and I propose those changes be made the next payroll, please.
I'll make a motion that we allow the proposed changes as she stated for, or how many other? 1, 2, 3, 6?
5.
5?
Yes, 5.
That's my motion.
I'll second it. Been moved and seconded, and all in favor?
Aye.
Thank you very much.
It gets worse now. You got your budget.
Yeah, I know. which actually you'll probably be glad if it went down. So my proposal is down overall. Here is,
Thank you.
I don't know, the original. Here,
That'd be, yeah.
in case, yeah. Circle on through too. All right. I always like to make sure that the commission understands what our office's mission statement, vision statement is. And so I had put that into play here as I did last year. And then what our value statements are, which is the first and second page. I'm going to go to the third page because I think that's what's important. And I know you have a lot of people here that probably need to see as well. So as always, some important issues are legislative changes, which is a critical concern. So we always have to, law changes could impact both the workings of the appraiser's office, and that could also adversely affect, our tax base and budget if something should come down that affects that. So also we want to make sure that we stay in compliance and that we promote uniform standards of professional appraisal practice, which is USPAP. We are all under in our office the USPAP regulations. We want to make sure that we maintain that. Some new initiatives, which last year I had put into play, and we just kind of went over some of those changes, is to get the staff educated. There was just a couple people in the office previously working on education, but we're trying to make that more broad. So because that is part of my duty, is to make sure that the staff is trained and able to do what they're asked as far as valuation. We have started using GIS technologies, and we have started doing data layers, which have been very nice. We've actually replaced paper maps with digital maps on our sales and stuff. So just continuing to make those data layers is going to be important. We also, I'm working currently, I'd already started working with IT previously right after I got here on making sure that our website was up to date, and we've been making some big changes, and our website's basically getting a complete overhaul once IT can help me with that, because I sent them a bunch of stuff, so they got a lot of stuff that that I would like out there. Also, one thing I want to thank the commission. Last year, you approved budget on my on expenses for scanners and different things. We have implemented that, and we've gone. It's a big game changer. So we're eliminating paper and we're able to basically scan as we go, and we've actually been able to go back several years on. So going forward, we hope to reduce our paper. So you'll see on, actually that's probably, it should be 335,000 there. I'm sorry. At first I thought it was going to be 340, but the 2023 proposed budget indicates an increase from 320,000 to 335, which is a 4.7% increase. This considers we have retirement is probably the biggest thing that's coming down the pike of probably, we have 3 people that are eligible to retire. So I'm just trying to figure out, and maybe payouts and different things such as that. Staff overtime if necessary, merit increases if warranted, and proposed changes to staff wages as a result of the training and education, which So that is that. So that's going to go up about 4.7% overall. The contractual is actually going to go down about 10.5%. This is where I know William McCauley, I kind of subtracted out more for this year because we are doing all of our analysis now in-house. We have, so we're taking that down from about 4,000, but it does take into effect about everything. You look at your contractual, and I've been tracking it for several years now, and I gave you guys a copy of kind of expenses back here of what we've been seeing. But when we look at our contractual, I mean, we all know inflation is up, and so it looked like everybody's putting their about 5 to 6% increase on about anything that they send us on maintenance, on postage. So we do have our postage. We have mailing, like last year, that cost $8,700. We've got our telephone. We did get some cell service for our staff, which we did get 2 phones for staff, which has been invaluable. We have legal publications that we must do. The big one is our software maintenance agreement. So we also have quite a few maintenance agreements that we have to adhere to. And then employee training is a big one. If a person does have to go out of town, luckily, as I mentioned to you all previously, is that we are going to virtual classes now, which is good. So in the future, we may be able to actually hopefully adjust this even downward more because of the virtual aspect of it. And we do have auto insurance and dues and memberships that have to be paid. So that's just kind of an overview. And then that last note was just showing that we've taken additional funds out because of McCoy and Associates no longer being contracted for. Commodities, this is just, looks like a lot, 11.8% increase, but it's $1,000 from last year, so it's going from $8,500 to $9,500. And basically, this is just due to the rise in inflation. And then if you look back on, I put a worksheet together here to justify showing why. You'll notice on this second page here, commodity, as I tracked it throughout the years, in 2020, it was $9,855 that they spent, and in 2021, it was $9,188 that it was spent, and it's always been kept at a budget of about $8,000 to $8,500. So just making that to where we can actually stay within that line item. The next one is a bigger one. It's taking our capital outlay from $27,000 down to $7,000, and this is, we used this last year for, like I said, scanners and some new PCs. I would ask that it remain about $7,000 as it has in previous years for just, you never know. Actually, our office, when that last storm came through, all the electricity, I think a lot of the courthouse and maybe the annex was hit by lightning. Took out quite a bit of our equipment. So it's always good to have a little bit in capital outlay. But what I would ask is possibly taking that $20,000 from the capital outlay this year, because I don't think those funds will be spent, and putting it in our 104 fund, which is our reappraisal fund. And we're still, we started working on getting a different vehicle.
What's the reappraisal fund for?
It's for basically equipment, just different items. It's been a fund that's been there for.
It's kind of an equipment reserve.
Yeah, it's
fund
more of a.
just for the appraiser's office.
Yeah. So the
But
capital.
it's not in, why wouldn't it just be in the regular part of the budget? It just don't fit or something?
Well, when you put it out in that, then it's not part of the tax funds, and it's just a reserve fund sitting out there.
Okay.
So currently it's sitting at 51,000. This is, if it's not critical, but I don't know how much, if we're gonna have to, I don't know what's gonna happen with our equipment and different things in the future, but, we do need a new vehicle, and I talked to the commission about it last year, and you guys did put this fund. I do know that the price of vehicles has gone up a little bit. I was working with trying to get quotes on some government pricing for one, and that is still an ongoing process. So I haven't, but that's going to have to be done. Recently, the air conditioner went out on it as well. So
You're asking to
if
approve your fund for 389,500?
right. So
And then
the appraisal fund, if and I put it in red down there, so to 71,949, if you could transfer the 20,000 from the 2022 capital outlay to there, and I don't know if how that works.
Yeah, we typically at the end of the year when we do all the transfers is when we move it over. But
So we still be tentatively approving the 71,000 that's on there for right now?
that one you wouldn't really even need to.
You don't need to
approve
do?
because it's a cash fund,
Okay.
and I can just put it in that way on the transfer.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that, if there's any discussion, I'll make a motion that we approve the appraisers fund for 2023 tentatively in the amount of $389,500, and last year's budget was $397,500. So good job working hard on that.
Yeah, thank you.
Been moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye,
Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Kathy, before you get away,
Yeah.
is any of this, like on this page, what you're projecting for total spend for this year? Because I'm gonna need that too.
Okay.
Jason, you want to come ahead? I guess, is that,
You got Trico?
He-
Oh,
Rick and I had talked over the weekend, and he's gone for a few days, so he told me to get a hold of Jason and
what's this about?
about just all some air conditioner stuff like that.
Okay.
And, the elderly center in Pleasanton. So.
Okay, so
Okay.
which one will I need?
So currently, we've been fighting
Okay, it's
the
not-
sanctuary system. We've got two systems that are completely down there due to bad compressors. The other system, we've been fighting compressor overheating, blocking out, board and blower failure. Rick's got that blower back up and running as we speak.
Sufficient, you need,
Didn't seem like it had any issues over the weekend, but they had asked me to get a price to replace all the existing equipment to bring it all up to where we should be now with standards.
no.
Um,
That's fine.
The kitchen system is a AC only, just air handler and feeds it. The air handler is an old Linux unit that is fairly old. It's got a newer condensing unit on it.
We replaced that last year, right?
No.
Oh, we didn't?
The only unit that we replaced last year was the unit that fed the southwest corner.
Oh, okay, okay.
That was one that locked out on an overheated compressor also. So to replace the kitchen system, you're looking at about $5,183. That would get you a new outdoor unit, 13 SEER outdoor AC, new air handler to match it inside, new stat, and all the installation for it. The east side of the building currently has a 5-ton AC that's a little bit newer than the rest of them, but the compressor was actually dead on it last year and opted not to do anything with it. But they wanted me to go ahead and get pricing on that. To replace just the outdoor unit, it's $3,357. If you wanted to replace the furnace, coil, and the outdoor unit, it'd be $7,253. And then the unit that we've been having problems with the last few weeks, freezing up, compressor locking out, blower motor failing. That one would be, if we went ahead and replaced it completely, $6,198. And I apologize for not having proposals with me this morning because I got a text early this morning and I was already gone from the house, so I didn't have that with me.
So roughly $19,000 is what you need.
18,634. That will get all new equipment to get it all up to standards.
Yeah.
You guys have been spending quite a bit of time over. I know I went over there and did a little bit, and then I know I'd talked to him at like 9 o'clock at night, and
Yeah, there's been times that Rick and I have been out there quite a bit.
Is this, do we use the whole building for all these? I mean, is that something we could cut back as far as?
Well, that was something that we kind of talked about, Rick and I did last time we were over there. You could, they want to keep the AC in the kitchen unless you just use the window unit that's in there, because that's what they've been using for the emergencies here lately. The east side, they used to have it kind of twin down in the basement, and it was just kind of cobbled together the way it was. Rick's since separated out and everything. The east side, I don't know that they ever use that side. That would be a question for them. But definitely the 4-ton system that runs the main meeting area where they have most of their meals, and the kitchen unit would be the ones that I know for a fact that they're currently using.
so
The other rooms are kind of being used as storage right now.
if we don't put the other one in, would we need to get bigger units to keep up with the? I mean, would they just run more being?
Well, the doors are all, that side is all shut off to where you don't have to, you could just leave the doors shut and just not do anything if you chose not to do anything with that side. I don't know what their future plans are to whether they use it or not. That building's been added on to so many times that they've just kind of stuck units in wherever they could to make it work.
So what are they currently doing right now?
Currently, they've got the system that runs the southwest corner of it, the window unit for the kitchen, and then the unit that we've been fighting so much this summer, currently working. And that takes care of their meeting area where they eat their meals and the kitchen area. I mean, we could eliminate units and redo ductwork to make it more efficient that way.
How many people we feeding over there, Danny? Can we just shut one of those rooms off and fix one unit, and the kitchen just use because they don't cook they don't cook or anything.
I think Rick stops by there every morning and turns that thing on. So I mean, it's kind of a little inconvenient for him, I believe. I mean, that's my opinion, but I don't
Okay.
know.
That's
what
my
I'm asking.
understanding too.
Turns the window unit on or what?
Yep. I know I was in there on I think it was a Saturday morning, and it was nice and toasty in there. So.
Well, I just wanted to bring him in and let him talk about the ACs and stuff like that, and help us get a direction on what we're going to do. There's still Rick and a few different contractors are still putting together some other numbers on some other stuff. So, but this one's a big one. I know we've spent a little time there. I know Rick has been, and you, been over there a lot, and other places in the county too. So I appreciate it. So, but, I mean, your opinion, what do we need to do?
My opinion, we need to at least do the one that takes care of their main meeting area where they eat all their meals, which would be the one that we've been babying this summer. And it was the 6198. And then I would say the kitchen one, so that we're not having to constantly have Rick go by there and turn the window unit on.
What was that cost?
The one for that one was 5183.
12,000 total.
And we spent, what did we spend last year? 5 or 6, I think. It probably wasn't that much, or maybe it was. I don't know.
Last
Now
year,
the duct work and everything's okay if we did replace them too in the part of the buildings that we use.
Yep. And, I can look at the one that goes to the east side and see if there's a way that we can maybe bump that one to a 5-ton and just, cool that whole area if you wanted to. or we just keep it zoned the way it is, and, because there's a lot of tonnage going into that building.
Not for, if we're not using part of the rooms.
Right.
We need it. Heating and air. in
Yeah.
The rooms that we're not using.
Totally agree.
Yeah.
If we keep the building.
So basically, if you're going to spend $12,000, say that fix those two, you would be keeping the building for another year or two, right? I mean, would be no use in doing that if you're going to find something else.
Right.
Right. No, I mean, everything's kind of running right now. I mean, they're,
As of right now, I know Rick was back there Friday morning, because I was up at the house up at the county park working on it. He had to go down there to work on it that morning, so.
well, I don't think we need any decisions today. I just wanted you to come
Right.
and talk.
Right.
I'll get back with Rick. I know that him and I talked a little bit, and he's wanted to, and then I guess I can report back to you guys kind of what, Rick is going to know the best out of what really needs to happen in that building.
Yep.
I believe so. I'll get with him and talk to about that. And
Thanks, Jason.
anything else?
Just Station 2 up at Lacine. Been there, was out there at 11 o'clock one night last week, and then was back there Saturday evening. Compressor's overheating on it also.
Was it not big enough or what?
It's old.
It's old.
It's old.
And it wasn't redone during the remodel?
No, it actually has a leak in it too, because I had to recharge it both days. So if I recharged it, I think it was Wednesday when I was there so late, and then again on Saturday, because it was a block of ice when I went in there Saturday.
That's the AMR building.
Yes.
Did you believe we're gonna have any more issues with that in the next few days, or?
I text Rick to see if he had heard from supervisors there yet. He hadn't heard anything from them, so I'm assuming it is still running. But it's one that you probably need to put on your radar.
Do you have a tentative, do you have an estimate for it? What your opinion?
To do just the heat pump, because it is a 410A system. That one was $4,608. Yeah, it was 79 degrees in there when I went by there Saturday afternoon. I was actually heading to another call, and they were sitting outside, so I pulled in and asked them if it was working. They're like, it's set on 68 and it's 79, so no. So I went back in and looked at it, and it was about 5 inches thick with ice.
Well, I appreciate you.
Yep.
Helping us out here, so.
My pleasure.
Get with Rick and kind of figure things out, and I guess we'll report back to you guys, and we try to make decisions on what we're gonna do.
Yep. We're babying a lot of systems in the county right now, so.
I know that Rick and Chris were up on the jail over here, and they were, there's pollen in it or something, is that?
Yeah, the cottonwood seeds are flying hard right now. I'm actually gonna go over to the existing jail and clean them this morning, so.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, guys.
So we got Trico.
Thank you for having me down, and just wanted to take the opportunity to present our budget request.
State your name and who you're with,
Sure.
please.
Absolutely. I'm John Platt. I'm the Executive Director for Trico Incorporated. So Trico, just to give you some demographic information for this year, We have 150 people we serve. The population we serve is for intellectual disabled people and developmentally disabled people. So 150 people total. 25 of those people live here in Linn County. We are employing 94 staff right now. Of the 94 staff, 23 live in Linn County. The number of full-time equivalent positions that we had budgeted was 112.8. So we do have open hours that we've been continuously trying to hire for. We have a 9-member board of directors. We have 3 representatives from each county. The 3 representatives from Linn County are Charlene Sims, Tom Likely, and John Morse. All 3 have served on TRICO's board for several years and are really good active participants. The services we provide are for primarily individuals 18 years and older. We have day services that provides pre-vocational, vocational, retirement, valued activities based on the individual's wants and needs. We offer residential services. We have 4 group homes, 1 in Lacine, 1 in Garnett, and 2 in Miami County. We in Linn County, in Lacine, our group home serves 8 individuals. And then we have people that live in their own apartments and their own homes that we provide services to based on what they need. And then there's a handful of folks that still live with family. Our budget request for this year is no increase from the contribution from last year. That would be $82,499. We feel like the services we provide are valuable and needed, and very proud of our staff, and we do everything we can to make you guys proud.
Yeah, you haven't raised your budget. 21 budget was the same as last year's and then this coming year. So
Right.
good job working on that.
So, yeah, we did process the second of your 3 payments that's going out.
Oh, cool.
Check's in the mail.
All right.
You just didn't put a stamp on that envelope.
Questions, Danny?
I mean, do you see your numbers in Linn County going up any, or do you just kind of see everything?
One thing we did to kind of survive the COVID years is we stopped taking new referrals, and we consolidated as much as possible. So what I hope to do is be able to have enough staff on board that we can open up those numbers, open up our doors again, and see those numbers grow. Right now, the waiting list for services, it's a statewide waiting list, so Topeka controls it. It's close to 10 years. So somebody deemed eligible now that says, yes, I would like day or residential services, they're put on a waiting list and they might get called 10 years later.
So I don't have any issues with it. Ready? I'll make a motion that we tentatively approve the 2023 budget request for TRICO in the amount of $82,499.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Planning and zoning?
Good morning, Darren Wilson,
Darren.
Planning and Zoning Director.
Right there in this stuff.
Yeah. We had our meeting last Tuesday night, and Jennifer Reinhardt presented the final draft of the comprehensive plan. And there's a bunch of questions and timing of comprehensive plan and zoning regulations and all that. And basically, I'm just going to turn it over to them and let them ask their questions.
Okay.
Who's their spokesperson? You're the president, right, Rich?
My name's Richard Morrell. I'm the chair of the Planning and Zoning Commission right now. I nudged David to come up here, but he nudged me back and said I had to do it since I was the chair. Yeah. So we were presented with the draft Tuesday night, as Darren said. In a nutshell, and I may have, David and Charlene are our more senior members of this. They've been through these cycles before, and they were more articulate in the meeting about this. So I'll lay it out for you, and I may call on them to come up here and provide a lot of details. But in a nutshell, the draft is pretty comprehensive. It's broad-based, but from the Zoning and Planning Commission, we feel like the heart and soul of the comprehensive plan is the zoning regulations. And there's not much about zoning regulations.
We didn't budget for that, though. We didn't hire for planning and zoning in this. We paid $33,000, what is it? $33,000, and we just didn't budget for that. Well, we didn't plan for that at all. We planned for to put the comprehensive plan out, as I remember, it's almost been 2 years now, and then get some of the stuff about planning and zoning. Very little's in it. I haven't even read the draft. We haven't received a copy of it. And then have planning and zoning work some regulations into that. If we wanted to redo it, all the planning and zoning regs. That was the intent of the commissioners at the time.
So that's the nutshell. And really, David and Charlene, who've been through these sites before, probably need to talk more about the specifics. So David, I'll ask you to come up.
Yeah, come on.
Well, somehow, in my opinion, this plan got derailed from the original design. I've been on this board long enough. This is the third time that we went through the update of the comprehensive plan. No time was it done like this. And the board, if you do remember, asked you when we filled this room with 100 people that hated wind generations and all that, to put a moratorium on that and get us some help to figure out about land use. And in the majority of the planning and zoning board people that come to this meeting, sit at this table and give their time, they're looking and thinking that they're trying to help Linn County develop land use appropriately. In my drive down here today, I get off at the Mound City exit. I look over to the west, this is before I get off. We have a racetrack, a defunct racetrack that has to be commercial. We have a feed mill up there that's commercial. We have a concrete plant that's commercial. We have an industrial park that the county generously bought that's not blooming. And now there's people putting up a pole barn and going to build a house right in the middle of all of that. And we were wanting help to professionally go in and set that. We have, 4 places that you can get off this major highway in Linn County. And in my opinion, that those places should be reserved for commercial and highway retail. We had questions about, is highway retail a strip joint, or is highway retail a coal store, or is it a beer joint? I don't know. We need help. Okay. And that's what we asked for, and that's not what we're getting. And now we have solar farms. They're going to have solar farms coming here, And I can tell you that I know that because I have a contract laying on my kitchen table right now. And I am not going to sign it. But it's lucrative. And if a dummy like me's got one, there's other people got to have them. And somebody will sign them, and they're going to, these contracts are based on one, dealing with planning and zoning. In the past, planning and zoning, it's just ran to Miami County and grabbed something and said, here, we adopt this, and, you know. And we did everything that we could to work with the windmill companies, and, you know, that's neither here nor there. I didn't want one, and I don't care if you have one. But that didn't work. We could never strike a happy medium. So we need professional guidance. We are all amateurs at this job, and we need people professionally. And I thought that's what I asked for when Andy was here, and we put the moratorium on windmills and all this stuff. And so I think that everything that's been done is great, but it's not my bedroom.
So, Dave, just tell me, do you need something separate? What do you need? You need a contract for a company to come down and give advice on how to redo planning and zoning regulations? Is that what you're asking for?
Well, and I'm going to bounce that question off of your attorney here. Do you think, Gary, that a bunch of amateurs need to sit down and do something and make rules for this planning and zoning, and then you end up getting sued over them because they're stupid?
Well, that's a pretty loaded question, but absolutely, of course, I'd rather see it professionally done, yeah.
Yes, and that's what we would like to have, Rick, and we would like to get help. And Jennifer is a wonderful young lady, and Jess is even better, and we appreciate what they're doing. I don't know how Jessica gets everything done that she's got to do, but she's doing it, and we're good with that. But we're going to see this thing, and you know, somebody said, "Well, I don't care if you put a solar farm on." I said, "What if it's next to the cemetery that your deceased daughter's laying in? What if it's next to the cemetery that your parents are laying in? What if it's next to your garden in the house? How much setback should we have? How far should it be? You know, we don't know anything about the history of any of this. Somebody does, but we need guidance, and we need to do it right. So we just, when Darren gets an application, he needs to say, here it is. This is our regs. And we don't have that.
I know we don't.
And that's what I want.
Okay. Is that group of people, do they contract for any of that type of stuff? Do you know, Jessica? I think they will. Can you? Can I? Go ahead, Charlene.
All right, I step back for her.
Okay, just starting out, I understood in the first place, the reason we did the whole thing was to get the regulations to help with the wind generators. Okay, we do have those. She drew up regulations for us, so whether you paid for them or not, we have them. We're going to work on those Thursday night. But I think our concern was, I like the way Mr. Porter said it, was that the comprehensive plan is our mission statement, and the zoning regulations are our policy. And we can't just approve the comprehensive plan without doing the zoning regulations at the same time, because we may have to change something on the comprehensive plan. So we're working on this. We're going to meet Thursday night. We're going to meet next Tuesday night. But is that what you meant when you said that about the mission statement?
Yeah, Thursday the 23rd, and then Tuesday the 28th, Jennifer's gonna come back. And they're just workshops, and there'll be no action taken until this.
So she has sent us the regulations. And, we're going to go over those Thursday night. I guess the thing is that there was a misunderstanding because she presented us with the comprehensive plan on Tuesday night and said, like, approval. Well, we hadn't even read it yet. We just got it then. So, you know, that was our.
So if you had like 2 more weeks, 3 more weeks, would that help you?
Right.
Okay.
And we planned that.
That's easy. That's
And we
easy to do.
planned that. But I mean, it was like, it was just thrown on us Tuesday night that here's the comprehensive
Okay.
plan, okay?
So even with that, so we give you the 2 or 3 weeks that you need for just what you're doing for those workshops. You still need a company to come in later on and put together any possible changes that the county may want to make.
Haven't they drafted that for you already?
They have.
Yeah.
They have.
They have
So
drafted everything?
This company drafted regulations too.
Okay. On everything that we want?
We haven't looked at them all.
Okay. Okay. Do you know what it's on, Jessica? Is it?
Solar and wind, they've got draft regulations on those. I believe there are also some updates to the land use map and some zones on that map. Some
Okay.
definition of-
So we need a little time to look at.
They did not go through line by line the zoning
How-
codes.
Right.
But we will on Thursday, probably.
Okay. And so how long do you need? We'll work with it.
Well,
What
right.
kind of help are we going to be able to, if we require help?
Well, then let's get to that point. Find out Thursday and Friday or whatever your workshops are. And if you run into a big roadblock, we'll get you some help.
Well, my understanding is Jennifer's coming next Tuesday, is that right?
Yeah, Jennifer's coming next Tuesday. I suggested the meeting for this Thursday just so everybody can get together and go over what we received.
Right.
And then be prepared for questions and whatever to present to Jennifer when she come back.
So is 2 weeks enough time?
We hope so.
We could try, Rick.
What?
Okay.
3 on the safe side.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that.
I don't either.
We wanted to get it right. It's just, you understand it's just taking forever. And
But I think there was just a confusion between what we think of as the comprehensive plan and regulations and what you all were thinking about that.
Okay.
Okay.
So we'll give them some more time. Just call whoever and let them know. And 3 weeks from today. We don't need a motion on, do we? I'm good with it. Danny, you all right with that?
Can I say something about something else? I talked to Rich to see if I could say something about this, but I just want to ask you all a question. And you don't have to give me the answer, but I want you to think about it. Do you think the county should be able to approve where towers go in the county? The Kansas legislature took nearly all the power away from counties in making that decision, and Gary can tell you more about that later. Last Tuesday, we had a tower application come in front of the planning board, and apparently they felt so sure of themselves, in my opinion, that they didn't bring a conceptual plan. They didn't tell us how many feet they were from anything. They were just there to get it approved. Well, we required a conceptual plan. Because all CUP applications require a conceptual plan. Anyhow, so the only way that counties can question the decision made by the legislature is to turn down an application and see what happens. I mean, and this is one that might be something the county could turn down because it's on the property line, the way I understand it.
The way it appears without the conceptual plan, if the tower falls, it's going to fall on Mid-America Hydraulics. I don't think you own that building.
And on the whole industrial park over there. I mean, it's right on the north side.
No.
Okay. And so, I mean, that's something that the county should have a concern about because we want to be able to lease out and have people build buildings there. But instead, you have going to have a tower, a 280-foot tower, which we don't know.
Those are the kind of things you can regulate.
Right.
There are things that you can't. You can't make them show you a business plan that shows why they need the tower, but things like fall distance, you can definitely regulate.
Okay, and they've asked us to do a variance and to remove the 1-to-1 ratio for the fall distance, and we.
Or you could just refuse to allow a tower that doesn't have appropriate, or they're going to say it has a collapse structure, right? Is that what
Right, they're going to say that. But those towers also have ice that fly off of them in the wintertime, that would hit the buildings in the industrial park.
But this is a freestanding tower. It's not a guide tower. Guide towers tend to go straight down.
Yeah.
Freestanding ones are gonna hinge over. We've all seen windmills blow over, it's not gonna fall.
Well, that's definitely something you could regulate.
Okay, and I mean, because the last two that came through here, I think a lot of the planning board members did not want to approve it, but felt like if they didn't approve it, the county would be sued. So that's the reason it came through here. Just the point I would like to make is about local control. Legislators receive donations from AT&T and decide that local entities should no longer have a choice to put up a tower. And so what happens when they receive donations from Evergy, who wants to put up wind generators and solar farms? Are they going to say, oh, well, we're not going to allow the counties to make that decision anymore? That's just something I wanted you all to think about because, it came with the towers.
Have you reached out to the legislators just to talk to them about it at all, Charlene? Okay.
I know who voted for it.
Yeah.
Well,
And the first previous tower, they're putting two new towers, one on south of Pleasant, one at, let's say, not over 1,000 foot away from the existing tower because of this law that we can't question or whatever. And now from where you live, within 5 mile radius, there are 10 towers.
I know.
And it's getting, and
That's why I keep a tan, all the radiation.
Well, I don't know about that. And this is just the beginning, according to the lawyer that presented this case. And the case we had 2 months ago, the lawyer was from Topeka, and she was a lady. She pretty much told us, on the way to the highway. So
I just want you all to think about that because counties do have that ability to say no every now and then see what happens. I mean, if you decide you want to have control of your own county.
We haven't told you that. We wanted you to pass everything though.
Well.
Right?
So but if you pass everything, it still comes to you.
Well, that's okay. Bring it to us.
but we know you like kind of watch your budget, and we didn't want Gary living in the.
Gary already lives the dream. He's already living the dream.
He's doubling up if this goes down.
Thank you.
I'd like to speak, reinforce what just said on these towers. At some point, somebody's going to have, Mike White, incidentally, somebody's going to have to make a stand on the proliferation of these towers. And the state has their regulations. I would suspect that it's based on some type of federal mandate on communications, but it's going to take a lawsuit to stop it because there is no precedent, correct, Gary?
Right. This statute that's driving all this has not yet been directly challenged in court.
And I would.
So if we did that, we would be the first to do it. But something's got to change, guys, and somebody's going to have to step up.
I think they got my front door to see.
But and this is for all planning and zoning, when you all vote something and bring it to us or send it to us, unless there's a big mixture, and there very seldom is there it's usually a unanimous vote, if not maybe one other. Don't send it don't vote it in is what I'm saying if you don't believe it's right and there's some justification of it being wrong, because you're telling us when it comes to us that, hey, this is good for Linn County. So that's the vision I get out of it.
But we actually didn't feel like we had an option because we visited with Gary before.
I explained to them what the statute says.
You scared them?
And I scared them. I wasn't trying to scare them, but I wanted to make it clear. Here's what the statute says.
Okay. And then what I'm saying, Charlene, is you as a board, listen to him, do what you got to do. And if it comes to us, then we're the ultimate ones that's got to decide. So if you strongly believe that there's something wrong with it, doing whatever on towers, and that you think you have some justification of why it shouldn't be there, vote it in that way, and then let us be the ones that get bopped upside the head with the lawsuit.
I've been led to think that if you guys think it's okay, that that's met all the criteria, that my vote's yes, then I guess.
But if you're going to set up a test case, get me involved early so we can make sure we do it right.
You guys already are getting a little taste of what these companies think by getting a refusal. Well, I don't know that it's a refusal, but they're sure dragging their feet on paying for a culvert into one of their facilities. So, they think they can do what they want, and we've got to put a stop to it.
Gotcha.
That's why we need to have black and white zoning rules to cover things that, it's a new world down here, but we're not.
Right. I don't disagree. You don't want to make a speech?
So that's all we got. I just want to reiterate that we are meeting Thursday, the 23rd and Tuesday, the 28th, and it'll be a workshop with no action taken.
Okay.
Thanks for what you guys do.
Thank you.
Yeah, really. Fred,
Good morning, Commissioners.
good morning.
It's been quite a while since I stood here at this podium, but I felt necessary this morning. And looking around this room, I only see two other people that helped put together the 2006 comprehensive plan. And we were guided and helped through the whole process by a company from Yahoo, Nebraska, JEO. Main speaker who came down and helped us, Ryan Harkin. David, were you here?
Yeah, I was here.
Okay. He was here at the monthly meetings, and he gave us guidance, told us what to research, and it was a great bit of help. An outside concern who was paid to be concerned about Linn County, its citizens, and the future of this county. And so, to me, having people strictly from the county making all these decisions lacks quite a little bit. We need somebody from the outside to say, hey, that's probably not going to work, or is work for other counties. And so with that, I thank you very much.
Thanks, Fred.
Thanks, Fred. What we got now? I guess Morgan.
Morgan Northcutt, Deputy Clerk, Human Resources. So last week I asked for a part-time marina clerk. Well, that didn't work out. So I'm here to ask for another part-time marina clerk. April Powell with the same wage as the last one, 1060.43 at a 3G. It's a $9.99 position, spring through fall. So I'm just asking for approval to hire this individual.
I don't have a problem. Yes.
What's the pay?
1060.43.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 3G.
You'll need a motion to make that offer.
I'll make a motion. We make the offer for the clerk at the marina.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
One more thing. So I talked to Sean. We are still moving forward with the CDL training. Once he is back, we will get the instructors in office and fill out the necessary paperwork, get the training spot, the training location, because we'll need some area, graveled area to practice in. And then we will start testing our individuals that need to be tested through the county.
Okay.
So just wanted to give an update on that.
Did you ever check and see if we were able to do other counties, be a provider for them?
Sean was checking into that and I have not heard yet. I think he has to, once we have to get through our paperwork and our required parts before we can go into another county and start training. I do know that much. So, have any other questions?
I don't have any.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, that was good news this time.
Mental health?
Isn't that the thing we already have in our hands?
We've got the application.
Yeah.
Jessica, is that what you presented this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Job Springer. I'm with Southeast Kansas Mental Health, and Nathan Fossen, he couldn't be here today. He's our executive director. Anyway, two different things. The mill levy request that we request each year. The amount this year is $118,459. Should be the same as last year. And appreciative of those funds helping the indigent in our catchment area, specifically Linn County.
Do you have a
receive
budget?
services.
Did you have a budget on that?
The
Format? Was it in that paper or something?
the mill levy request, we sent a letter. I got a copy.
See that, David?
Yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
So you're talking about the budget first, and then we'll talk about this application?
Or I can flip flop it. Either.
I mean, it doesn't matter, just so people know. Can you,
The mill levy request is $118,459, and the letter kind of outlines what those funds are used for each and every year.
Can you summarize it real quick, what you do, so the public can hear?
May I have one of the letters back?
Sure.
Now, is it the same as last year, you said?
That's why she didn't come up.
Yeah. The dollar amount is the same as last year.
Actually, what's showing your budget this year for that?
Do you? Okay. Sorry, I'm filling in at the last second.
Little sneaky guy.
Was it?
We had 116,797.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
What?
it'll be a $1,662 increase.
Okay. Well,
Go ahead.
anyway, so the money goes to provides 24/7 crisis services, outpatient psychiatry, therapy, chemical abuse counseling, education, case management, parent support, psychosocial skill development groups, and support employment and housing within Linn County. We've enhanced our services over the course of the last couple of years, offering more telehealth, also in more of the school districts within the county. And the number of people that we serve each and every year has continued to increase.
Have you kept numbers?
Yeah, we
Okay.
could provide those if you.
And then my question would be, if the sheriff, and maybe you can answer the sheriff, if he has a person that he may be wanting to detain and lock up or whatever, and they have a mental health issue possibly, do you go through them, or who do you go through?
We use the crisis services for evaluations and things like that for our inmates. And that's very common.
And would you also assist the sheriff in where to lock, if they need to be confined to somewhere?
Well, they do the evaluations as part of that process.
Okay.
The prosecutor will
Right.
to make that move. We use their services quite frequently.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we have a new crisis director that has been serving the communities for many, many years, but he now is the lead person. So we had a promotion there. Anyway, those are kind of the major things that we do here in Linn County. Any other questions, comments?
No, we got to act on this though.
Okay.
You okay?
Yeah, you guys got the.
So just to clarify, is the request for the same as last year?
It's not.
Or is it for the $1,600 increase?
I stand corrected. It is an increase of 1,600.
1662.
Okay. So we're going to tentatively approve it, and then if that $1,660 gets in my way, then it'll go away.
I understand.
All right.
Makes sense.
So I'll make a motion. We tentatively approve Southeast Kansas Mental Health Center's 2023 budget in the amount of $118,459, which is about a $1,662 increase from 2022's budget.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, thank you. And this second deal is this ARPA application. And as far as some details we're requesting $217,500 in ARPA funds to be used in Linn County. And those funds, as far as breaking that down more, the electronic health record system that we bought in late 1990s, like 1999 to early 2000s. And so we're definitely behind. It's a dot-based green screen system, and we wanted to update that to a health record system called NetSmart, My Avatar, and $93,750 would go towards that. The Sage Intact is a new financial software that we have that we would use the funds for, replacing that old system, which was also financial as well as health record. It was combined, the previous one, but with advancements, they've split those off and required a new financial software. $46,875 would go towards that. Our Pleasanton office, we need to do some ADA compliance, and $15,000 would go towards that. We have a new med provider. Her name's Christy Lichtai, and she's a full-time APRN that covers Linn County. After hours crisis service, like what we were just talking about a little bit ago, increasing the number of hours there, 13,125. And a substance abuse counselor, $15,000 there, would just be a shared position. So that would come to the $217,500 that we're looking for with our application.
So on the two softwares that you had just mentioned, is it spread throughout all your offices or?
Yes, we like the first one, it's a $500,000 investment, and 19% we assigned to Linn County. And we use that same 19% on the financial software side.
Did you receive any ARPA money from any other organization?
From Anderson County so far.
Okay. Can you share that amount?
I can get that to you. I don't know it off the top of my head.
Is it more than this?
It is less than this.
Okay.
Their population is a little bit smaller than here. So.
And the positions that you're going to hire, that you talked about, what happens when the ARPA money's run out? You going to let them go?
Most of the funds, like these ARPAs, there's like a learning curve to it, some inefficiencies at the beginning that should steady out. As caseloads build, then they then pay for themselves. And so it's a startup, kind of a startup additional cost, you might say.
But will you be coming to us in 2 years and putting that in your budget?
No, sir. No, this would just be a one-time request and wouldn't change our mill levy request in the future if we did receive it this year.
Did you guys receive any COVID money or anything else throughout the last few years?
Yes. We received some from some of the counties like Allen County.
We had a small amount from us. So
Yeah, small.
Under 11,000.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And then some straight from the state, some COVID money from the state.
Okay. So I would say on this, we're not approving anything today on that
That makes sense.
because we've got other applications coming in as well.
Okay.
We just got to decide, but you've answered the questions I'm interested in.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah, if you need more details, let me know.
Sure.
All right.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. This is Stephanie Nichols. She's on our board. Sorry, I didn't.
Stephanie.
Yeah, she may have better information than I have.
Thanks, Stephanie, for doing that. What's the requirements? I mean, they have to be a nurse or anything like that?
Just a Linn County resident?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Appointed by the commissioners.
I think we actually talked about this last year. I don't think we've.
Yeah, yeah. So if you come up with a name, that'd be great. If not, we can try to come up with a name.
That's what you did. You recruited her, basically.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Jim will get you one.
I'll try to work on that.
There you go.
All right.
As soon as you retire, I'll put you on.
There you go.
You as a commissioner can be on the board.
There you go. Let's vote that in right now.
Want to put
Thank
him on
you.
there, Danny?
No, no. Don't put me in. I'll be in the hospital somewhere.
Dave Fisher.
When these outside agencies like that come in and request money for whatever services they provide the county, when they break down their budget, do they show administrative costs, things like that in there, where you can see what, wages that the county is paying?
Yeah, they can. We've asked for it before. We didn't ask for it every time, but yeah, they have. I know it's kind of like the combined federal campaign when you look at Red Crosses doing this amount of administrative costs and United Ways and all those. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Didn't even get a budget there, really.
No, we just hand out.
Yeah.
All right.
Good morning.
Hey, this is a stop sign.
Stop sign. Hey, this is serious stuff here, right? We're from planning and zoning to stop signs. So I'm David Fisher. I live west of Centerville. This is my good neighbor, Kevin Whitcomb.
No, the reason I'm laughing, Dave, and I think I told you this, is because when Jim brought this up, we settled this all about stop signs, putting some additional stop signs in. I said, you're going to hear from somebody because the stop sign's on the wrong intersection. And so here we go.
There we go. All right. So we want to talk about our intersection at 1250 Road and Anderson. I've got some handouts here. Kind of walking through where we're coming from. Okay, so this intersection never had a stop sign before. Kevin drives through this intersection maybe 10 to 15 times a day. So he's very familiar with it. It's at 1215 Anderson Road, which is just west of Centerville, about 2.5 miles. Their stops have been placed on, I said Anderson Road, Andrews Road. The stops have been placed for southbound traffic on Andrews Road and northbound traffic on Andrews Road. We think that's the wrong spot. We think that there does need to be stop signs at this intersection, but we picked the wrong road. For several reasons. One's traffic. Most of the traffic is northbound and southbound on Andrews. We do have some traffic that come east or westbound on 1250 Road that turns north on Andrews, but there's very little traffic traveling through the intersection east and west. As it stands now, the least amount of traffic doesn't have to stop. We think it needs to be the other way around. That's one reason. Next reason, and Kevin can attest to this, if you're southbound on Andrews Road, there's a big hill north of the intersection. If you're southbound, this page 3 is a picture about 300 feet from the intersection. You can't see the intersection. So right now, if Kevin stopped there in his grain truck, somebody's coming up over that hill, they can be right on Kevin pretty quickly. So that's a reason we don't think there should be a stop sign. One of the reasons we don't think there should be a stop sign on Andrews. The next is, if you're going northbound on Andrews and you stop at the existing sign, which you see on page 4 there, the westbound traffic on 1250 doesn't have to stop. And you're sitting there waiting at the intersection. You can't see what's coming because of the brush and trees.
So that's basically three reasons I've outlined there on page 5. Traffic, the hill north of the intersection, and the brush and trees to the east of the intersection. We think the stop sign needs to be for eastbound and westbound traffic on 1250 Road.
Okay.
Kevin,
What you got?
Anything to add to that?
Appreciate you looking out for us, but when you're coming from the south, east road where all the traffic comes from, there's a slope. Well, coming up the road, you can see all that. But once you get close to the intersection, all this brush that's in the county road ditch and the trees are between the fence and the road. Now I'm in jeopardy. I got to pull out in the middle of the road to see east. So we're not saying we didn't need a stop sign.
Okay.
Tim, why don't you explain what you got going on and why we made that decision?
Yeah, come on.
All right, junk here. This is slope meter, and you use the slope meter to determine the angle of the hill, steepness. I got a lot of things to go over about this intersection. It's not a good intersection, I agree, but it's not good in two different.
So are you in favor of where it's at now, or that's what I want to know? Are you in favor of where it's at now or changing it?
I like where it's at right now.
Okay.
Multiple factors for it.
Okay.
So the factors we use to determine where it's going to stop. So one's on population, travel rate. So the houses along north and south of 50 are 3. The houses along 1250 are 8.
Repeat that again. How many?
Going north and south, there are 3. Going east and west, there are 8. There's 5. So slope of the hill. 4 ways, right? So the slope of the hill coming from Cabot going up the hill is 2.5%. The other hill that's blind because of the bank is 6% slope. Okay, and then we were dealing with the open lane issue.
You just bought one.
Yeah. So here we have a bank on this hill. Can't see through the bank. And then you have trees here. So the trees are like 200, let's say 15 feet. And this bank carries on all the way through. You also have this hill that has grade in this end. So there's a lot of things that come into this. Having all these blind areas, best route we determined was this route due to the fact that we have this open lane. There's only one tree branch down this block. You can see further this intersection for pulling out. Stopping. Well, the driver's license checks, and we all know that you need required 300 feet. Stop. Please. Well, now we're going down the hill, so you probably have the line. Yeah, 300. We have 200 feet. Draw that intersection. We're here, we have trees again, get this hyphen. And where's this stop sign? we can only see 230 feet. This is our open lane. Hill is real steep. This direction, we can see 387. So, I'm asking a vehicle to stop and left distance, then required to stop. Coming from this hill and the steeper hill. So they're probably gonna slide right on. Even though we do put advanced warning. It's just when you get here, you can't see it, and then you get over it, like, oh, there's stop sign. So you have more distances, that's a big thing. Blind, on the two hills, your left line here. To the track. Here, it's an open lane. I think it pretty much covers the factors.
That north,
This is north.
when you're coming to the south, say you need 300 feet to stop. Stop.
General rule.
So that's the-
Come up with that bad number, that's 300. That's not a set factor. Come on.
So that's my question, is when you're southbound, you don't even see the intersection. You can't even see the stop sign.
When I'm coming southbound, I measured out 387 feet in a vehicle, seeing the stop sign.
See the stop sign.
The other direction was 287, but with this another blind spot is 210.
We're getting a house. Well, they're not. If you're going 30 center, but you might get it, but if you're going to.
Yeah, grab it here. Sure.
Andrews turns into Arthur and it goes to number 3 highway and all in.
Now, we're only doing it on the miles.
Kevin, which, did you do a traffic count on these roads with
We haven't done a
counters?
traffic count on the road, that would be an engineering study, which would up it up to.
Well, yeah, it's part of the engineering study, yeah. But do we know which road is the most heavily traveled?
Assuming by population on how.
But you can't assume by population.
Yeah, we don't do an engineering study unless. It's being lesser factor. The other factors are stopping and then being flying. Those are the biggest.
I've been told, and I haven't seen this, Kevin, but there's some places that it's a dead end road, but we got them the right of way and we're having people stop. Somebody, I was told this, I didn't go look at the road, but
Right.
it's over north of Blue Mountain somewhere, but I don't know where. I didn't ask.
Well, everything, if you were, I mean, after years, everything. Yeah, it goes north or it goes south, and if it comes from Dave's way, it goes south, but yet. That stop, if you're gonna leave stop sign. At more than 3 trees, we met with Sean West. And he said, all the trees aren't road, he didn't go look, I looked, the trees are between the county road ditch.
And the fence line?
Southeast corner,
Be the, yeah.
southeast corner of the intersection.
I mean, I'm gonna get, I'm gonna watch this through there because I can see.
So the first page there, it says brush.
By the time I get to the intersection, it's stopped, and it's already over the hill.
What about making a forest?
Yeah.
That help you?
We'll cut trees, period.
How long
Trees
is
gotta be cut.
Well, I feel like
Cut.
putting 2 hills.
Cut,
and
make it
stop
4
this
feet
is
down.
not too bad.
Go ahead.
Can we cut the trees? Well, they're in a camp between, on the county property.
That's the bad thing about trees, they grow up again, the hills always, they cut them, the hillside.
Well, if it's in right away, we need to cut.
Hey, we'll get them cut. All right, and killed.
We'll get a work order on it. If the trees are in right away, we'll get them cut.
See, there's two that's on Joe's side. I talked to Joe, they're good. Off that thing.
Okay.
And I told Sean today, he says the side issue, I'll talk to Joe, I'll see about that tree. I don't feel like we need to cut these trees.
No, you don't.
What about, what can we do if we put a traffic study out there and seeing how much traffic is in intersection, Gary? Is there anything that we can make it where we can go change?
Well, if we do an engineering study, let me read what the regulation says. Regulation says a stop or yield sign should not be installed on the major street, that is the most heavily traveled street, unless justified by an engineering study. An engineering study is not required to install stop or yield on the lesser traveled road. It may be prudent to have the engineering study performed.
Do we have a traffic counter? Or
We have traffic, but an engineering study is more than just a traffic.
yeah, but we don't. In this case, we don't even really need it, do we?
Well, I was going to say that if we could just do a traffic count, Kevin, not call it an engineer study, because that's not what we're doing. Just do a traffic count so we know which one's the most traveled road. Then we can decide if we need an engineering study or not. Does that make sense?
But then, of course, you got.
There are other factors, clearly, and that's where the engineer comes in. But
But if we just made it a four-way stop, we solve the problem, right?
Stop signs in it. I mean, isn't it, I mean, on every.
Two more stop signs.
I agree. I mean, that's what we hire Kevin for, is to make these determinations. And I feel like he did his job very well, and he explained it to us very well, and I feel like he did a great job. So, I mean, why do we need an engineer?
Well, only if you need an engineer if you're going to put a stop sign on the more heavily traveled road. That's all I'm saying. Because that's what the
We don't
regulation.
really know which is the most heavily
And
traveled road.
if we don't do a traffic count, we don't know which is the most heavily traveled road.
Did you didn't do traffic counts on any of the roads that you put the new stop signs on? Is that correct?
No, we put up stop signs unless there's problems.
No, but we went through a list here and we asked for, I think it was, what was it, 12 or 16 new signs? But why, and I'm not beating you up, but
There were no
why,
traffic counts done.
why wouldn't we do traffic counts just to verify that?
It's site distance,
Okay.
and stop.
But just to have the vision or just having the knowledge that you have two of those, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, there's plenty in there.
Yeah.
It's not one.
No, I get
Two on the negative, and we got one that's a maybe.
you. Okay.
It's hard to say for me.
Let's solve this case, then you're asking for two more stop signs.
Yeah, that would be perfect. I mean, that would be the safest thing, because we're never gonna get enough stopping distance if we move.
And you'll talk to Harry about getting the trees removed? Thank you. Yep.
And there's nothing in the MUTCD that prohibits or restricts four-way stops, is there?
Not at all. Not at all. It would actually be due to, we're almost pushing the length of a stop. You know, that you have time to stop.
Yeah.
Here, you definitely don't have.
So it's really an ideal place for a four-way.
It's perfect as far as loss.
Well, why didn't you suggest that in the first place?
Well, because he wasn't asked. He was given a list.
What is this from to the north to your stop? It's 300 feet, you said. 386. Okay, I pull up there every day. It's in parts. I stop at a stop sign. I'm pushing probably 80, 90 feet long. So that's cutting traffic distance. You follow that hill and the dust. I'm stopping at a stop sign for whatever reason, waiting for somebody. And I can't stop at the stop sign because anybody coming around the corner, which they go north, they don't have room to make the corner. Unless you back up or stay. That's your stopping distance and no more.
There's no good situation on a hill.
If I'm not stopped on the hill, when they pop over the hill, that is not, that's.
Is that a grade on the stop sign?
Yeah, there's a grade pretty much going downhill from the south.
So you're following the grade.
I'm stopping on a grade, and I'm stopping on a downhill incline, I'm starting.
What do you think?
Four-way stop solves the problem. And cut the brush.
Who's responsible, somebody rear ends me when I stop at the stop sign, they pop over the hill. County liable.
Nope, they are. The guy that rear-ended you is.
That's right.
We'll have signs. I mean, isn't there? I mean,
We're gone waiting for it. I mean, it's probably the worst situation to grow and try to decide the factors, so you gotta use the factors for the outcome. Decision. 4-way.
And there'll be stop sign ahead over the hill there and.
problem solved.
There you go. Everybody good?
Just long enough, my wife needs me to get, she drives the car, she said she can see the brush. I've got a full-size truck, I can't see nothing.
So if we take it out of our ditch and you take it out of the field there, will that help it?
But there's also a pond too, so you can't do nothing about that pond. Like I said, coming up, you can see. It's all. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Colin. Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
What else you got?
I thought we were out of here. Is there gonna be anything else that you need me for? That's the question. That's the important question.
That's what we want to know. That's really what I'm here for. No, I don't have anything.
I think mine are pretty simple. Yeah.
Yours is a stack.
Yeah, there's 4 there.
I like the first one.
So I have the courthouse contingency, windfall, and fair association budgets. The courthouse, I have it actually a $187 increase. I basically just rounded it up to $392,500. Got a couple of notes there on the first page with it. Postage included in this year's budget and again next year are higher than they've been in the past, but that's the mailing of the revenue neutral rate notices. And we're supposed to get that money back from the state this year and next year. So I'll also show that as income, but it needs to be entered as an expense. And then this year I show that we're going over the expenses in that budget. Biggest reason on that, well, a couple of things. One, the death investigation and autopsy expenses are outside so far. And then we had some software that we had budgeted to purchase last year, and that's carried over into this year. So we were under on that line last year. It drove this one up, but overall, I just had a $187 increase for next year's. The contingency fund, I have that one with a $400,000 decrease next year. Biggest part of that is the city infrastructure grant. I took that out. It would be $320,000 if we did a mill next year. It was $285 this year, and I took that out, and then I've just rearranged some of the other a little bit to the contractual. I dropped it down some to knock 400,000 off of that down to 2 million. Windfall, we had built this one up over the past few years, knowing that we were going to have expenses associated with the building project. that weren't covered by the bond, because that was the original plan, was about 3 million of our own money to go into it. We'll be paying out probably close to $1 million the rest of this year to wrap that project up. Looking at spending about $1.5 million out of that line item on it this year. We've also had some office space rental we've been taking out of there. That will go away. I left 250,000 in that building project line just in case we needed that, but that could also be for remodeling and reworking some other office space.
Gotcha.
Overall, I dropped that budget request from 3 million down to 1.5 million for next year.
You feel comfortable there?
I think we'll be fine at that rate. So it'd be a $1.5 million decrease on that budget for next year. And then the last one I had on there was the Fair Association. Gary had contacted them, I think, while we were in the meeting last week, and said they were wanting $500,000, and I had emailed him and said, do they really need $500,000, or if they got a dollar amount they're looking for? He got back with me and said that actually 130,000 is what they're looking for, which is less than $500,000. So I took that one to 130 for next year.
And they can take up to $500,000, right?
Yeah, they can levy up to $500,000. So that's actually going to be a $62,000 increase over this year's budget. If you look back historically, it is about what they were getting in some years before, because they have dropped it quite a bit this year. So overall, I've got 2 of these going down by substantial amounts. Courthouse up just a little, and then the Fair Association up 62,000.
Hey, I just got a quick question on the autopsies and death investigation. We had Todd Snyder came in and talked. Is it the amount that we're dealing with, or is it the cost of per?
Well, I think it's been some of both. It seems like we've had a lot more of those situations in the last couple of years that are requiring autopsies.
Is that something that the sheriff determine, or the?
Well, I'm not sure how much leeway they have on that. I know there are situations where
They have to.
requirement, if it's unattended or suspicious or a child, I think it's required.
Okay.
There may be a little leeway on some of the others, and I don't know enough about that.
I just-
If there's anything we could do.
Yeah, I just wondered if it was the cost per.
Yeah, and if you notice, I'm estimating we're gonna be over 71,000 this year, and I put in 70 in that line item for next year. And I know Todd had talked about thinking he could get us lined up
Services.
to be a little cheaper. So
Yeah.
hopefully, if all that gets done,
We'll be
we
okay.
won't need that much in there. But just to be safe at this point, I left it at 70 for next
And
year.
after these budgets, how many are left?
After this, what I've got on my list, the biggest thing I have left is employee benefit. And I've still got quite a bit of work to do on that for you for next week. Up in the general fund, I do not have the attorney or economic development yet. If you come on down through the others, like I said, the employee benefits one I'll bring in. I do not have the health department yet, and I thought maybe Missy would be here with that one today. And then I've got some non-tax levy funds like, special alcohol, crime victim assistance, sewer district, special park, but none of those are gonna affect levies.
Okay.
Those are just cash balance funds. So we're close.
Okay.
As it stands right now, with what has been turned in, we're down a little over $6 million from this year's budgets. But 4.4 million of that budget-wise is the building fund because it's gonna be done this year.
All right.
So that's the big chunk, but our general fund right now is down 1.7 million. But again, most of that is at Winfell Fall account where I took it down 1.5 million. So without that big reduction, we're fairly even.
Okay. I don't have any other questions on
Hopefully we'll have the employee benefit, at least we'll look at it next week. That one's, there's a lot that goes into that, and I really haven't even started working on it yet. I had asked everyone to have their stuff in by next week, so that will give us a little time to work with them. It's gonna give me time to put them in the state budget form to where I can actually tell you what the levies look like, basically.
Okay.
And then as long as we know by the 20th of July about revenue neutral, we're fine. And we don't have to publish the budget then until around the 1st of August. So we'll have basically all of July to work on.
We're gonna try to stay revenue neutral.
Changes.
Okay. So you need a motion on all these?
If you're ready to, that would be wonderful.
You guys ready? I make a motion to accept the tentative budget for, let's see, the courthouse was for $392,500. General fund contingency, $2 million. The general fund windfall, $1.5 million. And let's see, the Fair Association Building Fund, $130,000. That's my motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's all I have for today.
You guys got anything? Make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Got kind of back on schedule. Very
We got behind for a little while, didn't we?